Hit it! What up, viewers? What up, what up? I am continuing my playthrough of Disco Elysium this month, the month of June's Friend Zone game. So me and my friends are going to play this game, or they have already played this game and I'm catching up to them. I'm playing the Final Cut version, but we're going to be playing it this month, and then at the beginning of July, we will be talking about it. So the first Saturday in July, that's kind of how the process works. So yeah, let's hop in and jump into Disco Elysium, which I am quite fascinated with. Like, it doesn't quite give me the traditional kind of fantasy RPG itch that I'm kind of getting, but it's just an interesting world that I really want to explore. And the kind of cerebral nature scratches a different itch. Yeah, I'm really fascinated with this game. And last time I played, I lost like 20 minutes of progress. So, yeah, so I'm going to play through that again. Ugh. Alright. Which is why I ended the session the way I did. 20 minutes of progress lost. So, small repeat. I gotta go talk to the racist guy. Let's get through some of this.
Nobody betrayed.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Oh my god.
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making you... No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done begging for help. Attempting to... You gave the world eugenic. You dominated lesser culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
Enough with this begging.
Yeah, serious situation.
Bring your troops to the Seminine Islands and to Boogie Street. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al-Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will stop.
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got it. Mr. Clare is a man of... Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to... Of course, above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your offshoots of the Seminoles people invented? I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. The South Island.
Yeah, I'm skipping through most of this.
I am a descendant. No. I have heard. I'm from Couronne. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come. Racists are generally not very good
Welcome to Revachol.
Oh.
He must think red.
I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw. Your silence betrays your inferiority. You do not...
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be the really good one.
That will be the...
That'll be the...
They're always here.
Race is reality.
I'm done with you. Oh yeah, I gotta talk to Kim again, that's right.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe.
Yeah.
We should take care of that.
I don't have the money.
Let's talk to him anyway. And
Though he finds this situation frustrating, He is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
Great. I'm walking around with like a garbage bag and like wire cutters. Oh god, the stairs. Can I get in through this? Why can't I get in through this door? Gotta go talk to the bartender. Then we gotta pawn off the wheels. It's a whole thing.
Can I help you?
What about the money I do?
Yes. Have you got it?
Some arrangement?
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
He was about to say something. Let him. Honest cop.
As a police officer, you must understand that I cannot take you at your word without evidence. Evidence being money. You can't stay here without money. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Goodbye. Now we get the wheels. Most people settle to bed after 9 and go, or not long after. 10 o'clock.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage.
Okay, the suspect.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable.
Yeah.
4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
Huh.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are these?
There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
What do you mean confiscated?
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
You took his spinners?
Mm-hmm. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence.
Isn't that corruption?
I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Did you want to put the spinners on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Outrageously cool.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
Sorry you have to sell them because of me.
As I said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But thank you.
I appreciate your help.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
This is the Kupris Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox and the radio if you'd like.
Motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises
It's
in
the
your
sinking
throat.
feeling I'm having with the word motor carriage.
Nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree lollygagging.
Can we turn on and drive it somewhere?
No, I'm afraid not. We have a murder case on our hands, remember?
This must be what woke me up in the Martinez, the infernal noise.
Yes, sorry about that. The Kupris Kinema does have a rather distinctive engine sound.
He says it with very badly
Engine in the
concealed
back.
pride.
Do all policemen in the RCM have such cool motor carriers?
The Kupris motorcar does provide most of our patrol vehicles, yes.
Go to the cabin
In
again.
the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio.
Alright, time to go sell. Short on money, equip a plastic bag, collect bottles, and sell them at Freet. Alright. What did this dude again?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Something I'd like to sell.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Yep.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Oh, I can just switch to this. Oh, I can't like switch to my bag.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
The lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest goes in his
A
pocket.
windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
Take my business elsewhere. I'm gonna save because this is where I lost progress last time. Red checks can be tried again only once. Failed white checks can be retried by increasing the relevant skill. Can I go by the dude? Oh, dude's not awake right now. You're saving the people's Mediterranean aid tuna fish, not for resale. Someone live up here? Alright, I get to sleep for the night. Is Kuno still out at night? That's a good question.
Can I help you?
Money, I owe you.
Yes. Have you got
Here's
it?
your money.
Well,
Hope you choke on it. Sorry for all the trouble.
great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you
Ooh.
continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
Right?
I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m.
Okay.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per
Ooh.
night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Bye. Alright, it's nighttime. Skill points can also buy new thought cabinet slots. Or forget old thoughts. What?
The door is closed.
Man. Oh, I didn't even think I could like pick up bottles in my room.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Alright, let's go.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction. Basically.
What are the powers of the RCM exactly?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station.
Okay.
Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
What else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
I see. What if someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in the watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. What if I kill
You
someone?
have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Okay. Who makes all the rules?
The coalition government and the moral intern.
Moral intern?
The RCM was formed by the coalition
Music's a little
government
too
to
loud
restore
for the
order
conversation.
in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain the order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the citizens of Rachel.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern Lysis has the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
I didn't know you smoked.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Okay.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How did you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
He flicks the ash.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Huh.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit, below it all.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went? I'm gonna ask him about the moral intern in here.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution
I
failed.
didn't know. How would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are DeLoreans. They believe they continue the
DeLoreans.
humanist project set forth by our innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are
Dolores
just
Day?
technocrats.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Huh.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous.
Ooh.
Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
Who's Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on
Yeah.
fact until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the Moral Lantern?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky.
It's a forget-me-not.
They're not
flower.
all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion on the Moral Lantern.
Do you?
The lieutenant arches his brow, then pulls the cigarette. It's a slim white thing. His fingers. Things are bad out there. We need them here, giving us the right to police Revachol. Done an awful job here. Have you seen this place? This isn't humanism. We are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeoisie? No. Organization protecting bougie rights. Utter silently. Immigrants, liberal, kips, fucking man. Nope. Second thought, I don't have an opinion. Forget about it. We need them here to give us the right to police.
In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Actually, vigilantes are okay with me.
Then you will adore Martinez. For many of these people, the Union especially, vigilantes is precisely what we are. Personally, I don't enjoy it much.
Say nothing and look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly,
Why does it say
like
Kim
luminous
when then
clouds,
it's just
they
describing the
pass
setting?
on his lenses. The
Interesting.
lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts.
In a Jamrock and the GRIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at a dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization
No, our
works,
investigation
our
will
systems
improve
work.
the situation.
If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here, at least some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Yeah, probably not.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not old.
Interesting.
Well, we didn't even look at the
Yeah, we
body.
did.
But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great.
Though you really dropped the ball on inspecting the body, he doesn't want you to feel too discouraged. Probably out of fear that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
I generally prefer to start searching the scene. I'm sorry I didn't do more today. I'm just not a very good cop.
We're both doing our best under the circumstances. Just don't drink tonight, please. As for the interviews, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare.
Yeah.
He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He has stuff on me? Yeah, right. Sure, we can get him to tell us more.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
Very serviceable name, too. One I haven't ruined yet. I want a different name, one I haven't ruined yet.
Moving on.
Yep.
We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that
Wild
tomorrow.
Pines rep?
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I like to waste time, you know. My mind moves fast. The rest has to try and keep. I want to raise money for charity. Yeah, we roll in 41. Yeah. I don't know why I do the things I do, Lieutenant Kurosagi. Kitsuragi.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those...
Ah! Making fun of my shoes!
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Puts out a cigarette. I feel like I talked to everybody in the city. How did I not talk to the Wild Pines rat? See you in the morning. I didn't even think to come back to my room to pick up all the bottles here. What up, Saint Just Germany? What up, what up? So many bottles. I can't get the wine bottle there? There's a wine bottle in the middle of this room and I can't pick it up. Is there anything else in this? Oh, there's a bottle there.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
The expression from... Attempt to stop the expression from happening. Alright. What do I want to level up, actually? What does this do? Punches and gut feelings? Eh. Hold yourself together, keep morale up. Oh, what do I need? Can I check the map? What's the map button again? Oh yeah, I picked up glasses. I forgot about this. Oh, the postcard, that's right. What is this? Leading an intellectual organ of Martinez communism offers a radical Mazovian perspective on range contemporary issues. What?
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friso.
Can you give
From
me some
the sides of his head,
advice?
a
What's
pair
up?
of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Why antlers?
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and at the same time above it.
Why frizzle?
Because Friso was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Flip through the pages, see what catches your eye.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white.
Okay.
After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents.
A certain white check, then level up the skill unless you think. I kind of don't want to play like that. I was going to check the map to see.
The magazine is divided into several sections.
I was going to check the map to see like what skills
International development,
I
have checks for.
Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover there's also an editor's
All right,
note.
tell me about this editor's note.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes
Yeah, I don't
its
think of it
name
as
from
cheating,
Nazov's
but
immortal expression,
I'm kind of doing
Du
like an Iron Man
cristal à la
run.
fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid,
I'm breaking out of
crystalline
my,
structures of capitalist
typical
ideology
shell.
turned to smoke under communism.
I mean, because theoretically I could just like save and repeat every check, and I really don't want to play like that.
But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds
I
before
want to
you.
catch up on international development.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Seminole. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border. Something about
save and
bear
repeat,
wrestling in
yeah, save and
Samara,
repeat. I
book
don't like,
riots in
especially when it's the
Yugograd.
first playthrough. Yeah, that's another reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. Is this is my first playthrough.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bear wrestling. Flip back to that.
All right, let's see what this bear wrestling all about.
It seems to be part of a new public fitness initiative in the People's Republic of Samara, SRV, devised and promoted by none other than President Kanajinsky himself. According to this extremely credulous account, Uncle Sport, as he's affectionately known to his people, has recently decreed bear wrestling the national sport of the SRV.
What is Uncle? Tell me about this Uncle Sport.
Based on the description in this article, he appears to be an extremely competent and democratically elected president.
Then we do have a democracy.
Sapormat Sport Kanajinsky is well into his 3rd decade as president of the SRV. Outside Samara, he's known for 3 things: brutal repression of internal dissent, monumental corruption, and a near pathological obsession with physical fitness.
Feels like they're talking about Putin.
It's quite straightforward. A standard match features 1 man, or in some cases, woman, against 1 bear. 2 competitors, 1 ring, 5 rounds, or until incapacitation. According to the SRV's Ministry of Information, the program has been a tremendous success. Public support stands at 87%, and youth obesity and alcoholism rates are down 12% and 7% respectively.
Wow.
This is the SRV we're talking about. If you think those are the real numbers, there's probably a guy who wants to sell you a bridge in La Chette.
I guess it's hard to fight a bear if you're out of shape. Not sure I trust the numbers. Could be propaganda.
What are you, a statistician? Did the moral intern send you on a fact-finding mission? This is the SRV party line, comrade.
Always good to catch up on foreign affairs.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before
What is
you.
Kunstkultur?
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture.
All right.
Why they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you.
Volda.
It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective.
Read the profile of CS.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
Just a moment. What is this tip-top?
The actual
tornado?
article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage racing.
Germany, have you played this before?
If you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorships and obscene death toll. You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip-Top
Wait,
Tourney.
what's wrong with the tip-top?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the
Every
practically
event has
criminal
sponsorships.
emphasis on deadly motor crashes.
Hang on, who wrote this?
Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines: Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. There's no way those are real names.
Wait, why aren't they real names?
Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms.
What's so bad about sponsorships?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tourney becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a Fritta.
Right. Then you get to see the crash.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
No, I'm in it for the racing.
Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, it's the visions of brand names being engulfed in flames that you crave.
Guess I've never thought about it that much.
That's because you haven't been reading critically. But don't worry. The whole point of these sorts of articles is to let someone else read critically for you. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds
See what they mean by
before
local
you.
concerns.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Okay.
You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta.
Oh.
Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
For a while, all those moochers would be out of a job. Charging rent just to live somewhere is pretty outrageous. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if the labor and capital could reach some reasonable accommodations? Why should I care? This has nothing to do with me. Yeah, why don't they reach accommodation?
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition. Why do communists love puerile insults? And they wonder why they're always being left out in the cold.
Hold on, what's the coalition?
Judging from the context, it's something very large and fundamental. You should probably know about it already, honestly. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
Anyway. The map.
The worn map features the patchwork grid your finger moves through, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the map tab.
That's right. Okay. Sleeping dock worker. Empathy. A legendary endurance check. Damage to ledger. Conceptualization. I don't want to get behind his freaking philosophy. Do I save? I think I save.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come.
What?
And then sleep doesn't come.
But I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat. And grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
Roll over to the other side.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him? Who?
Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
Fall asleep now.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
I'm dreaming. Dreaming of a white Christmas? Oh. Oh, it's me.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
What is this?
What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question.
Born in a hospital where people usually go to die?
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Who?
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go.
Little drat.
Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed, Elysium.
Where's Elysium?
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Help me?
Help you? Why? I can't hear you. The rest is just a word dream. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin sleep-like state. More glass than velvet. grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
There's another type?
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry.
Oh, God.
Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Oof. Short on money?
Good going, buddy.
What the hell was that?
Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What's going on with me?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
No, that's not it. Really, I feel super good. Why is this happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
I need to get more of it then. No, I can take it. I'm not going to go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. I can do without the speed. Half the town won't be dead.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Something in physique? Straight endurance?
The door is still nothing.
Now I feel a little creepy. Knocking on the door. Whoa! Morning.
Morning.
Use your quick nod.
Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
What do you mean rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here.
Okay.
Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Are these the men that Gart told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
How many of them maybe we should call in reinforcements?
That would just escalate tensions.
Yeah.
No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Cool.
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Okay.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
I am.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
Yeah.
Then why are you wasting my time and
He
yours?
doesn't like me. I'll talk to the old lady.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her
All
blanket.
right.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
Can you leave on it?
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
Sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Tell me how I might make it up to you.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
What's wrong with the phone line?
The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems?
Why do you need to use the phone?
This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them.
Okay.
I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
This sounds more like a side thing. I need to carry my main thing. No, I'll bite. It's gone.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
The cryptozoologist's wife?
But you have more important things to worry about.
What is this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Waterlock? That one?
Oh my. What happened to the
I can't
waterlock?
believe it, but it looks like some maniac crashed his motor carriage into it.
Oh, sweetie, if it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank
Hey.
you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you both.
Hey.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
Nice.
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
I'll see if I'll let you... If I see him, I'll let him know you're here. When or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
Your husband is some kind of scientist?
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is cryptozoology?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your
Yeah,
hobby.
what a jerk.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Real?
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Less worried about husband. Has... Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids.
You're
Oh,
an
come on.
enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
Ugh. Living cryptids, extinct cryptid. Bring it on.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
Tell me about morale, looks, character, your relationship.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin.
What does your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Let's try again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How do you two meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I
need to
was
be
looking
ashamed.
to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident. And he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
He smiles wistfully.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
Think I have all the information I need? Let's move on.
I hope I've been useful.
Tell me what the rare insect your husband's looking
Oh,
for.
sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
72% of... Still struggling with how I failed that. 72% of 2d6 dice. Would be... God, what's 2d6? There's 36 pairs of rolls?
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Of course, dear.
That's all for now. Thanks, man. What's this about your phone being out?
Can I help you?
Saw another thing at the whirling.
Another thing. Great. I love
Your
those.
phone line's dead?
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
Is it true there was foul play?
Who told you that?
I would never disclose the sources. That would be dishonorable.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
Goodbye. Tomatoes are thinly sliced and can suture.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Leo said you're friends with Manana. Is this true?
The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again. They're friends.
What's in the borscht you're making there? Point to the large pot.
The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his, and then seems to wait for you to speak.
I don't understand.
Just one word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits your answer with his brow
Oh
arched.
God.
Borscht need more vodka?
Picks up the bottle from the shelf.
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Interesting.
Vodka borscht! I love it,
The
Bratan!
tie.
Turn it the fuck up and then ask for some yourself.
Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg.
Turn your fingers counterclockwise. Cut it.
The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Stay masculine.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. The door does not. The cobalt, it leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older.
Alright. Oh. Gardener.
Let me handle this.
What's up? The woman says to the crowd in front of the mess hall before turning to you.
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
You're the gardener.
No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
What?
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her. Could this be the Miss Beaufort that Easy Leo mentioned? The one Mr. Everett sent to law school?
Lizzie Elizabeth Miss Beaufort?
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
What's the tall man by the table?
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes. In the way she stands. In her face. You caught her off guard. Push her some more.
Easy, Leo told me about you. He talks a lot.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
Am I?
You set the pace and the topic of these conversations here. Establish that.
He said Mr. Everett sent you to law school.
I represent the union and these men here. Don't make this personal.
A very minor victory.
What if I want to talk to you, not Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
Why are you so aggressive?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock
Dock
workers.
workers who might have murdered someone.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
The world needs a financial buffer zone? Privatization is not unlawful. It's cool and funny. Maybe you're just not historic. I don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. The RCM is principled and strong, unlike you socialists. Take it a step further. Armed uprising. The world needs financial buffer? Let's ask those questions.
Let's.
What is your role in all this?
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems?
You feel a little, you feel a little aggressive? I have another point to spend. Hey, Kuna.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
Yes?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected, more fever than odor. It fills your mind, flushing you from within. You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the stomach acid. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirit and bits of shish kebab.
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it.
Thanks.
The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head.
Where do we get ammonia from?
That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
All right. The fuck does Kuno care? Oh yeah, I never inspected this, did I?
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. No.
Come on!
These tracks are not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just sweep them away.
Visual calculus? 72%? What is that? There's 36 possibilities. What's 0.72 times 36? I'm doing this. What do I need? Oh, that doesn't help me. 0.72 times 12? No, there's more than 12 options. 25? I need 25% of my 11 through 12. I need a 3 or better? No.
Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case related, you
Can a
think.
vehicle drive through here?
Hard to say.
Oh yeah, is this thing still going crazy?
works with a matrix of push-button silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell.
One?
They don't want to talk to you. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. Silence. No one answers your call. This button.
This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Looks like someone has melted. You wait for a minute. You ring the doorbell. All you hear, you ring the door. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for any. You hear the same waiting room music, but no one picks up the receiver anymore.
The book is titled Heimdall and the Wine Fire. A good one?
Yes? Hello?
Who are you?
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
What?
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
What are you doing here?
Looking for something to read.
Good.
It is.
I'm a policeman.
I know you are.
You need help with a policeman?
What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing.
Watch her browse books.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking. The woman before you nods.
Oh, I want to talk to the night watchman, actually.
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
Underguard booth?
Yes. The Debardiers Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Why were you on leave?
It's a private matter. Nothing to do with your investigation.
You see, officer, René is the kind of man would rather die than admit he needs medical assistance or, God forbid, sick it. A real man's man is just gonna ride it out.
I'm fine, goddammit. Mind your own business. It's nothing. Just got to cut back on coffee.
So who's working your shift?
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue.
Look, officers. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
Mostly decorative?
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Bert gets it. Big guy looking after the small and everyone working together. I love it. Dependency only weakens the man further. For one man, we need a program. Get all the elderly back to the job market. Keep folks motivated. Rent out. Renee should rent out a service soon. Services, invest the profit. Get a few more guys. Expand, repeat. Wage work is a dead end. Nothing wrong with tear collecting. It's my side thing to proudly hold out your tear bag.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now?
Got it, thanks.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp. Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Was it made by a sea monster rising from the depths? Is there an earthquake here? Does it have anything to do with all the bullet holes I've seen around? Do you know what created it?
I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
It's like a crater left by an artillery fire, but why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Did you use artillery against them?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda. What? And mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Why show them here in Martinez?
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
Oh.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Deathblow sounds grim.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Is that why everything's so bombed out? Oh, that explains all the war damage.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
There's a strange gleam in his eyes?
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players on the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things.
So it should be soft socialists paving the way for a hard-working class to take over. Foreign powers cleaned up our mess and now they rule us. This coalition seems quite capable, actually. Commies don't understand how money works. I don't think I just do. Your own damn fault. You and the coalition, whoever to blame, finish the job. That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for a hard-working class to take over. No.
Preposterous! Surely you don't mean it. I'm just sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those commie hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking my piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
How does Philippe III factor into this?
He doesn't. That was 100 years ago. Ain't got nothing to do with anything.
Who is this Frizzell?
Damn Frizzell. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
You mentioned Guillaume?
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frizzell. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
What exactly is a suzerain?
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They forgotten already.
Huh?
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frizzell I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before...
Don't you mean Frizzell the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry.
Good time?
Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
How come there's word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners.
When have I said those things?
Impel all people who have more than 25 real in their pocket. Literally murder all human beings, regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
I've said some mildly left-wing things, but none of those.
Oh yes, the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Wait, first, what's this communism even about?
Failure. It's about failure.
Failure?
Yes, abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother.
Right.
You against the atom, the charm and the
weird.
spin. Where the whole world failed.
Now is when the game
Matter
gets weird.
failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, communist.
Roll up your sleeves and start building communism.
Oh yeah, get the firing squads and the animal wagons ready.
Wait, what? Firing squads? You didn't say anything about
Too
firing
late
squads.
to back out now. You can't make an omelette without breaking a few million eggs.
Yeah, you can.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
It's me, Mr. Reasonable. Someone's got to keep it sane around here.
The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
Where is this Kingdom of Conscience?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
How do you bring about these circumstances?
Incrementally.
Okay.
History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by
What about all these things? But what about all these things that are wrong now?
Tisk tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the future. You may never live to see the Kingdom of Conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no excuse not to keep working. What rationality? What sang-froid?
Sang-froid!
What benevolence?
Wait, is the Kingdom of Conscience really doing about things or preserving the status quo?
Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos and bloodshed?
Yes.
There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress.
Okay, but what's the Kingdom of Conscience really like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national.
Okay.
It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Allons-y. Allons-y.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
All right, let's get there eventually.
That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
Pop bubbles. Half-light? What do I need to get to, yeah. Yeah, I needed the door.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? Nope. Don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Yup. Nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses have nothing to add. You left the ask around elsewhere.
Guess I'll ask around.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Revachol's weird.
Over now.
An old monument. The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. No response. Where?
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
The lorry stuck in the windows are clear.
Got a key I need, right?
Don't you like our harbor?
Labor utopia.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains.
He nods solemnly, then turns to you, wide smile.
Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Did you have a key to a door?
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
He said it belonged to a weasel. I was hoping you could tell me.
Of course, I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
I saw an opportunity and I took it. I'm a hustle grinder. I heard something about a weasel and didn't want to sound like a local polar weasel. I'm not really doing this for political reasons.
Oh, so the none of the above type, are you? I get it, I get it. I like to keep my distance too. But it doesn't matter. It's a good thing you're doing. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter.
His careful wanders off to the distance.
None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Anything else I should know about the test? This weasel person? When he'll be home?
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
He takes a big sip of his flask.
Who he is and what they're fighting for? This is interesting.
Why are you striking?
We're negotiating our share.
Your share?
Aye.
Wait, so no wages or pensions or...
This stuff. They already covered.
Shouldn't you be grateful then if you have a lot more than... However much you feed the wolf? Shouldn't you be grateful then? That's something.
It's not enough. Not enough to get ahead.
A larger
More
share,
about
would you
keeping
like?
us in our place. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making
The
process.
boss man ever... What can you tell me about him?
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
What does bossing the union entail anyway?
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
Yeah.
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
He does seem pretty lavish.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
You a communist?
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
The stuff you do aligns admirably well with the World Republic. Why not call yourself a communist? You shouldn't take what's not yours.
Then how can anything ever be mine? But that's okay. We don't have to agree. The prairie is wide enough for all of us.
You seem to have spent a lot of time thinking about the political situation.
Sure. I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
Great.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. It
The
all
next
comes
point I'm going to
together
put
now.
is in
The way
closure.
he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. that of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends.
Maybe I'm a Boydero? Sounds antiquated, obsolete, passe. It's not disco. All comes together. Maybe I'm Bordero?
No.
Maybe. Unless?
No. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider, if need be. An endless torrent of time.
Any idea who killed the hangman?
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
The harbor is a prime area of suspicion, in your opinion. Are the dock workers involved in the killing?
What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
Pushed how?
Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
What does that mean?
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
Did you kill him?
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search.
Talking to you.
Right to work!
Glacia? Revachol is brown. Revachol. Orge is Aurelia.
The tear machines. Your bottles clunk into the machine. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs.
Any ammonia?
They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere.
Buy some ammonia.
Okay, don't, like, overdo it or something.
Oh, I could have asked her for the salts, right? Gardner about the salts.
Looking for something? No.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Oh, the sleepy guy's gone. They're around like north of this. Lonely cormorant surveys the sea in different approach. I've never even been up here. Guess I'll go and repair the tools disassembly. Capeside Apartments.
Hey! Up here, Piggo!
What's up?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
Girl steers the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull.
Cindy the Skull.
What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
I just wanted to know your name.
And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
Despite the sash, she puts the brush aside. Puts the brush aside? You know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein.
Pigstein.
Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Okay.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
You keep looking off the side. What are you looking at?
She nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat docked next to the pier. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
Interesting.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on
Why?
her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershot. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Who is she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to
Oh
her.
my god.
She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Nice.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
What are you doing? What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit.
Nice.
I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
He studies the wall pensively. Why are you so committed to defacing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc.
Havoc.
Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos.
You don't know what to
With
write.
a wall-sized invitation. Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here.
Right.
We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
An opinion on this? I want to hear it.
Yeah?
Love public art. Don't mind keeping on what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
Hey.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Catch you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Right. Really, I can't go to the head thing?
Rigorous self-critique.
Oh.
Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm You kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
Naval coat. Hi, Captain. What does Half-Light do? What does Half-Light do? Let their body to control threaten people? No. Now I have more what? More suggestion.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Why am I looking at this wall?
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Nope.
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pigs come to take me out, trying to snuff me out.
No, why would you even say that?
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. Not a good idea at all.
Garden hoses won't be used until the snow melts. Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. No splatter bullet holes in the wall. Orange bum hat. Reaction speed. Bum brain.
Must be another way into the building.
The boat shines like a recent painting. Close to... What part of Freet's arm? Oh, I should have worn this to do... Very safe, isn't it? say 10 minutes ago. Reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Kazan. Room in the whirling isn't much bigger than a sloop. Worth more than you'll ever earn in all your life.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Tell me more.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
What's the L stand for?
Beaton, my maiden name.
Who gave us away?
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Ah.
What is implied here? That you're a drunk? She hasn't actually said it to every drunk in town. It was spoken in jest.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Hey.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
What?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
Right.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet, green and white sails fluttering overhead. Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
What do you mean archipelago?
I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not?
Le Caillou? I thought we were in Revachol.
We are, and the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
Still haven't seen anybody sail a boat around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
She's having a good time arguing against the law. Too good, perhaps.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Coeur de Leyte 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
Huh.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Cool, but your boat really needs a name.
Okay. How about Coeur de Leyte 19? Why?
She taps on the side of the boat, it hollows sound.
Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Coeur de Leyte, and its hull is 19 paces long.
How about Dolores?
Why Dolores?
I just like the name for some reason.
Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. But thank you for the suggestion.
How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
The eagle's hips?
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Do you have a license for this boat?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles.
Hull.
Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on
I
this.
think I'll handle them. I think I have a handle on both things.
Good.
You seem smart. I need someone to give me the lowdown on this reality we're in.
This reality?
I got so drunk I literally forgot everything.
What?
She chortles, nearly spilling her tea. I went on a 3-day bender and now need you to explain the world to me.
Such an acute encephalopathy just doesn't seem possible. Surely you're joking.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
I know these all look good. Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself.
Aren't we all?
She refers to your corresponding ages.
What is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
You mentioned a sea.
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We are on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities, vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Tell me about this Martinez.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders.
Oh.
This place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
Oh.
I don't remember ever hearing it.
It's the name of this island.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her, and to humanity at large.
What's Revachol? Tell me about another, perhaps even more fundamental aspect of reality.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city is Revachol?
The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
One of yours.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Okay. Who built the city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed.
When was Revachol built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Why?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
An important part of an important place.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about...
A sparkle of lights on the horizon, like morning stars above the curvature of the planets.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Look to the sea.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it. She observes your eyes scanning the horizon, then breaks the silence, slowly. This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
All right, I'll continue later.
It's better not to eat all your candy at once.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Tell me about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
What do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things.
Airships?
And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Who are the other Indo-tribes?
Saint-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
$20 billion?
A billion?
Exactly is a billion.
It's a number, officer. A big one.
What is it made of?
It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
I thought... That's it? I thought Wild Pines was supposed to be big time.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments.
The wave hits the sloop, she grasps the mainsaber balance.
A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pine get all of its billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, wild pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does a huge system want to do with this place?
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
Don't keep them moving, the workers do. The company is nothing without them. Yeah, I'm working, man.
We built this district.
Says Conley.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
2 points behind you where the seawall rises.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Tell me about the strike.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear about trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
How do I repeal it then?
Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition also leases you the right to police West Revachol.
Hey!
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
Alright, leave it alone.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
Okay.
And how are the talks going?
Yeah.
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Okay.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Right.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
You mean Measurehead?
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
The strike is connected to the lynching.
Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later.
Her eyes narrow?
She's resolute in this, yet you sense that she wants to tell you. You'll have to earn her trust.
How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
Looks at his notes.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Huh.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Every worker, a member of the board.
Huh.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Seems like they have no idea about business.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
Most of them probably don't know what that means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Interesting.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
King's dead, long live the workers. It's pretty funny, I have to admit.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, call me mañana.
This checks out.
What happened to this Gamo?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it?
Pauses to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
Sounds like usual aggressive posturing.
The scabs at the gate, did you put them up? You put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
Let's call them strikebreakers. You mean you put them there, right?
If these strikebreakers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
What do you think of Everard?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Bullshit. Oh, sorry. Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Sound like you're about to take a rapier to him. That's Everard, all right.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
I remember hearing something about this Edgar.
Have you seen him?
Nope.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when
Same
one's
actor?
term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself outside the Brothers Clare?
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that.
Okay.
Organised labour at its best, as they say.
Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Evrart and his brother.
Or is that just a layer?
And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
A giant leech sucking the life out of Revachol? Basically a socialist mob.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
Ah, one more thing. You said something happened in the elections.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Okay.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files.
Some kind of extortion, probably?
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all we need here. Let's change the topic.
Of course.
What can you tell me about the launching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
Uh-oh.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Okay.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
Uh-oh.
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Remember when I told you I literally cannot remember even the most basic facts about reality?
How can I forget?
One of those facts is where my badge is.
I was hoping your condition was rhetorical, Detective. A questioning technique.
Perhaps it is, but it's also true that I don't remember where my badge is.
I have sympathy for your highly unusual conditions, sir, and I believe you. But as it stands, I cannot share any confidential information until I've seen both your badges.
Great.
I understand the dictates of protocol, ma'am, but is there no way around it?
I'm afraid not, Lieutenant. These are my employer's orders.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
Surely there's some way to demonstrate our law enforcement credentials.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
Okay.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
What?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones.
Okay.
Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse us for a moment, madam.
Kingdom of Conscience. The kingdom of conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on earth.
Huh. Wow. I can forget this? Michelle Special Administration. I have her name and none of them are familiar. It seems real, but something is wrong. I feel like a kid looking at stickers on the fridge. Move on, the Apricot City, World Games 34. You must see your hand reaching out there. Scratch the corners. See if they peel. Feels like the most important of all thoughts, and one you truly must complete. My learning curve for logic is raised. Oh. Let's talk. Kim?
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
How do you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchmen.
Oh, I thought it was going well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
I'm sorry for putting us in the situation. I'll handle it. What do you propose, that we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
We could just, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
I'm sorry to put this in a situation.
I'm sure you will, Detective.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
By the way, I've talked to Everett Clare.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
I didn't.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses.
Does he?
Corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verm-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things. Tell her she'll like you for it.
Shut up.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
I helped him turn up the heat on the borscht.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making?
The cook makes it to keep the strikers drunk, helps them strike. What am I doing?
The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it?
Yeah.
Why, if I may ask, why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough already?
Yes, Detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
An act born of sympathy for the working man. I set fire to the fumes of struggle. Actually, I turn the knob down like this.
Beyond curious. I will choose to interpret that as you turning the alcohol in the strike brew down, for the sake of our professional relationship.
Yep.
And because I don't like the idea of them any more drunk than they already are. What else?
Oh, nope.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Tell me about the drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut. Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
Right.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Am I going to need bolt cutters for this?
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Gives you a knowing look.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
No coincidence the lorries are stranded there like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However...
He pauses and looks at the sea.
This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
She looks north.
Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
What proof do you have the Union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
You think the strike is being funded with sourced ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
Right.
It sounds like she tried looking into it herself, though she's clearly not the type your typical lorryman would confide in.
We already have some suspicions that one of the drivers was present at the lynching. Okay, I've made my mind about the smuggling investigation.
Yes?
We'll take the case, probe for drivers, see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need.
Great.
In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
She takes another long sip from her seemingly bottomless thermal cup. Thank you.
Of course, Detective. Take...
Okay. Composure, I think is what I was gonna do. Composure.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slapped.
What?
The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels.
Knew it was the alcohol.
Yeah, the other things. Long live the other things. Made you strong as an ox, they have.
There's a lack of magnesium in me?
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream. You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of
You're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system. Just remember, it's not the alcohol. Buy more of that too. Alcohol is not the problem. And it's certainly not the dextroamphetamine, nor smoking for 40 years. It's the lack of magnesium and excess of coffee. You should stop drinking coffee. It wreaks havoc on your gastrointestinal system.
Except there was more construction here once, decades ago. Okay. Am I going inside?
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked.
Knock, knock.
The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
This is the police. Open up.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
I'm not joking.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
What?
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Kim, tell her.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply.
Hello again, officers.
See you later.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice, despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned to his frame. No trouble for me, I just want to know what's going on here.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Adjusting his shirt.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Tell me your name.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Oh, it's not.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
My name?
Martin Martinez? Good local
Looks like you got a good view of the backyard
Let's
of the
go with
Whirling's backyard. Can you tell me anything about the hanging?
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Yes, it did.
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did I?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Ludwig takes out his little blue notebook.
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He looks around the corner again. Snow blankets, the old patio chairs, and dead plants, and all the neighbors' windows are black.
A downy blanket of white to cover up the miserable poverty of the scene.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
Tell us.
I had a friend over.
Not a friend.
It was my Sunday friend.
Okay.
A Sunday friend. How intriguing. Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
What's your friend's real name? Did you see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, snow continues to pile on the neighboring windowsills.
No. We won't.
He takes one last drag of the cigarette before stubbing it down the snowy balcony with a dying hiss.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
You should stay.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
What do you want from me? Do you want me to cry?
No, for God's sake, I don't want you to cry.
Takes a quick step back and looks around.
Listen, I really have to go.
Ah, there it goes. Wasted. You would have gotten at least a few good drags out of it.
Good luck with the investigation.
I feel like I have not passed a 72% freaking check.
He's gone.
Should we run after and see where he went?
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then
You're right.
he'll
He
know how
probably
to
didn't
hide
have
himself.
anything important to say anyway. We just give up?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case.
Right.
There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
Is your ear to the door?
The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp. You knock silently. The upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment.
I guess no one is in.
Lieutenant, what is your opinion of the task we're undertaking?
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself. Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
You don't mind if I unlock the door?
I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his busy work. But if this gets us to the bottom of this hanging, then I'm willing to look over it. On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Everard we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it.
Right, Everard?
Yes. Presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this. Besides, if you never open it, you're never gonna find out what's behind the door.
Seems like a safe spot.
The door to the Weasel's den, guarded by the lion-head knocker. Both have seen better days.
Here's the key.
You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. Only curiosity could account for stepping over that threshold. Maybe there's treasure in there. A white alligator. A fountain of quicksilver.
I'm definitely going inside.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others.
Tap on the mugs.
A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. The images betray a lack of interest in human beings. They are merely unflattering caricatures.
What do you mean uncomfortable?
The owner of these mugs doesn't like people of other ethnicities very much.
They can think what they want. This is a free world. No. Typical asshole.
This person is unhappy. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down with a look of disdain.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Whip out your yellow man mug.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues have a way of magically connecting to other clues down the road. Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Do you think there's the same person who put the dead man's clothes in the trash?
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter. But still, A nice coincidence.
You could ask Everard who this person is once you're done here.
Away from the mugs. Smell of disinfectant in the room smells like chemicals. Stealing their drugs now. Whoever lives here admires fair-haired fantasy heroes with big muscles. Ooh, a new shirt. With numbers. Feel the warmth of the red sun rising on the flag.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty.
What's with the sun?
This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle.
What is the sevenfold sun miracle?
It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
Bow before the flag. Lieutenant, the old flag of Suzerain.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
Don't bow the flag.
The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing.
Small suitcase full of clothes. Guests are staying over? See a container you can't open? Equip a pry bar. Also no points in volition. Take dialogue options to begin with hold on or wait. And additional information before the conversation's over.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it.
Obviously a key.
There's a key beneath it,
Yeah.
rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has hundreds of apartments.
Are you going to find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Let's turn back. Now we're going in the apartment building. Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. Flip up glasses. Boxes filled with cleaning chemicals. Record boxes full of cigarette butts and electric wires. Money! Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. Door to be remembered. This is the door to apartment 29. Please silence whoever lives here isn't home. Apartment 30. Voices from within singing along with some of the buoyant dance track. There's a door, nothing for you here right now. Huh. Written shift just a little, someone is watching from within. Alright. Going in then. Old shoe rack, boots, sneakers, and old slippers. Shoes come in 3 different sizes. There's a family in there. Loud rumbling store coming from within. Oh, this is the bathroom. More alcohol. Moss crawls on the bathroom. Ew. Covered in slime. Money. Oh wait, the glasses. You drawing a 5-point star on the wall. Anyone left money in these boots?
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Do I want to break in? There's some money.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Knock, knock.
The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side.
Knock again.
Who is that?
Does the police open up?
Do I have to open the door?
You hear the clacking of heels again. The other side. Walk up. Her tone is being a defensive edge.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
Interesting.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Who is that? Do you have...
Let's go.
It's generally...
A postcard. Door number 9 is locked. For money. Mailboxes overflowing.
Give me a moment.
Leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone, she seems to be having difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
Should I call a doctor?
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
Red spots appearing on her cheek.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
You live here?
If you could call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
I'm looking for Martin Martinez.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
Smiles a gap-toothed smile where when she hears you mention his name. What do you mean? I wasn't joking.
Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez, like Jim Jamrock or Raoul Ravachol.
Oops. You really didn't get the joke
Yeah,
there.
I did.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
How about a young male in his mid-30s, dark hair, skinny build, they smoke around the balcony and know where he lives?
Yes, I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Yep.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble, I just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives?
Talk?
The young lady starts laughing, but it turns into a violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom, trying to catch her breath.
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I have a few questions about those apartments.
Ask away, policeman.
When are the residents on vacation? Their mailbox is overflowing.
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
Okay.
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere
Who lives in
else.
apartment 10?
No one lives there. It's been empty for months.
I talked to someone through the door.
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there.
He pauses eye in the hallway.
Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Sure, I'll go see what if I can find.
Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Who lives behind the padlocked door?
Oh, that one is a scientist. A future scholar.
Suddenly the old lady's face is beaming.
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Astrology?
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
You sure you don't mean astronomy?
That's what I said. Astrology.
It's different.
The lieutenant shakes his head as though to say, let it go. Come on, people. Try to keep up any standards here. It's not about stars. It's... forget it.
Can you tell me about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still...
He leans on her broom.
She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
That's all.
Oh, no.
Takes him off. Okay, thanks, bye! That reads Foreclosure by Martinez Realty Association. What has torn down the wall? The door looks cold and winter gray. No grocery list on the table and checks.
What happened here?
Can't foreclose an apartment with a hole in the wall.
Put your emotions aside. Try to focus on abstract, impersonal things. But this reeks of sadness.
You can't foreclose an apartment with a hole in the wall.
It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here.
Except for the stuff in the... There's always a little something in the fridge.
Indeed.
Can't put more points in a skill. Drugs raise learning caps, but they're bad for your health.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Form a guess about what happened.
A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
The ruins in the water.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Take in the ocean.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
Who did this damage?
A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well.
Okay.
Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol.
Hey Kim, do you know who shelled our city?
The coalition, but that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
Time to go.
The piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we're evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
She crosses her arms.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Is that heavy fuel oil?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
Studied the contents of Cindy's bucket.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Fumes are bad for you, okay?
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage.
Do you know anything about the recent murders?
I ain't no snitch.
Actually, there is a short...
We weren't put on this earth to make...
Later, Cindy. Right there, go inside. Oh, I'm in the boiler room. Someone's been sleeping here recently? Cindy? 190 feet scurry beneath the grates. The rats of the city. Enough coal to last for several winters. Jeans? What about these jeans? Good ass. Severin flare again? Oh, I can't sneak as well as I could?
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something. Soft, yet crinkly.
Take it out.
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of
Apricot-flavored chewing
today
gum.
and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
And obviously, spend some time.
A crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads, Tutti Frutti.
Tutti Frutti.
It smells faintly of apricots, with a barely noticeable twinge of cinnamon. You feel compelled to point out that there's nothing fruity about cinnamon. It's a spice derived from tree bark.
I'll hang on to it just in case.
Neatly fold the wrapper into a square before you put it back into your pocket. Carefully, lovingly even. A crinkle, you feel compelled
Why do you even
to
care
point
about this?
out that good question. There is no answer or secret phrase written on the inside of the wrapper. Yet you're drawn to it, drawn by regret. Stop before you hurt yourself with a Tutti Frutti wrapper. Throw it away, please.
It's not a fruit.
Can a used wrapper shrug? Seems like that's what the wrapper is doing somehow. This is not about flowers or bark. What is this about? Why are you looking at this wrapper? You carefully fold the wrapper into a square before putting it back into your pocket, lovingly even, despite the strange feeling of regret.
Interesting. More apartments to seek out. Let us go. Let us flee. Cindy, do you know who's been sleeping here?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
The bed in the coal room yours?
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
I don't believe her when she says that.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Really? You're a miner?
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens.
You have a real home?
Does anyone in a city like this?
It's not the nicest place, but I guess it'll have to do.
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
Doing nothing at all.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
Catch you later, Cindy. Here's news someone lives back here. Above, tarps flap in the wind, forgotten hammers and rusted nails. You know anything about that place?
Hello again, officers.
Later. Need something behind the Lieutenant's back, sneak out after he's gone to sleep. Firing squad for the rich.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The
Who is this?
Police?
Do I have to? Do you have a warrant?
Let's go.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any
This
reason.
apartment is supposed to be empty. Did you break in here?
Excuse me? Of course not.
Okay.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official. You have plenty of reason to enter.
And open so I can verify your identity.
Oh, come on.
Pause before you hear them.
That was smart.
Huh. Just took someone's boots. +1 to indirect modes of taxation. Affluent moneymaker man. My current boots too.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Jingles the set of keys in her hand.
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
Thumbs through a purse, fishing out a light paper-clad passport. Let's put the passport.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details. Be friendly.
Nice haircut. Hand back the passport.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
What are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Reprehensible. Who lived here?
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
He stops, hesitating.
A sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
Who lived in the foreclosed apartment down the hallway?
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny.
My money has also disappeared, I think. Couldn't have been much money. Those apartments look pretty shabby. Wait, what happened with the wall?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
She shakes her head. Manicured hands now crossed over her chest.
Of course.
Eyes and smile. Oh, that's all, thank you. Peeks out of the box. Like a fine mattress. It'll be ridiculous, you hear it swarming with bugs.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter.
72.
After you, detective.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
Dude, if you come to investigate every switch in the world. Hey, I'm not some sort of peeper.
Sure, friend. This is nothing sordid, nothing inappropriate. You just have to do this. It's your duty.
Flamboyant poster of a white star. Real lithography.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov.
So Karl Marx.
Kraz Mazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
Why does this tenant have a bust of Kraz Mazov in their bedroom?
The white star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
Kraz Mazov was a mass murderer. There's nothing cool about keeping his bust on your nightstand. Photos of revolutionaries posing with guns. Revolutionaries love to pose with guns. Yes, they do. Books of critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such. Still they're closed. Lounge jacket.
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism. In other words,
Inspect the symbol closer.
the star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is the star upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using
Why
it.
white?
Because white is the color of peace.
What does it invoke in me?
Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished students remain in dirty hallways.
Okay. Oh, I want to check out the boots. Are you getting boots? Oh, no, another shirt. Oh no, journalism. I mean, I look good like this, but.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security.
Okay.
Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Right.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
Knock.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
Okay.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
What do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.?
Why tomorrow?
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory. Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things.
That's good.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Okay, bye. Oh, wait. Oh, I should talk to the old lady now.
Give me a moment.
I didn't find any counterculture people in apartment 10. It was just a real estate agent setting up the room for a new tenant.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Yeah, some highly technological wizards are going to save this place. It'll be a visionary innovation. Be an visionary and innovative utopia. Nothing but squalor unless we start killing real estate agents. I'm sure everything will be fine. This apartment building needs slow change. Imperceptibly slow.
Oh, I do like wizards.
Hey.
And people like that in general. They have a lot to tell us about our fates.
She means clairvoyance. Wow, you work hard.
I do?
Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide.
What hard work do I do exactly?
Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride.
Ride till I die, bitch! No. Yeah, ride alone.
A little. You make money. You got gills, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco-Negros and the Solas.
Okay.
It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer.
Oh, and then there's pawning stuff off to Suspicious Roy, right? I guess I've made some gills, sure.
Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich?
No, I'm actually not.
That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo.
Wow!
Why is that?
Market for a corrupt cod out there, but the immigrant cops have price dumped it? I don't know. Why am I so poor? System's broken.
Boo-hoo. The system is broken. The establishment is keeping me down. That's not the fuck yeah attitude you're used to. What is this? Why are you so poor?
Fucking taxes, man.
That's right. 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze.
Really? Every time I sneeze?
Every time you wipe your ass. They got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony. One tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. Here. Total tax duties add up to 98% of all your money.
I guess I'm a free market fundamentalist. Are you sure? That seems like a pretty big number.
What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples?
I guess I'm free market fundamentalist now.
Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real. keep it street. Keep foaming at the mouth furiously on the tax issue. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. It has given up all its secrets. The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Closer first.
The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. Just chips in the sandstone. They look pretty ancient.
Came like bullet holes.
Where?
Maybe the chips in the wall. Someone has been shot. We're cops. We should solve it.
There? Those are old.
You mean like from the Revolution?
Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the Revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law.
Yeah, but tell me about this revolution.
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Okay.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles.
This is a white check. You may retry it.
Still, all you see is an old soldier refuses to replace his uniform with a civilian attire.
Anything else I can assist you with, officer?
Thank you for your time.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic.
Do I need visual calculus for that? Can my clothes increase my visual calculus?
You see a set of tire tracks in the...
Someone drove a tire through, or drove a car through here?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell, emitting...
Anything else? Endurance?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is it. The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Ross? Say nothing.
Are you okay, officer?
Feel the lieutenant pat you by the back, heavy red McMats.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification.
You're facing tough odds here. It's aggravated further by alcohol withdrawal.
Why can't I keep it in if I've been a cop my whole life?
I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up. Initial autopsy. Throw up. Bag it.
He passes back again.
Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough.
You seem to be fine.
I think I've lost my sense of smell.
From the smoking.
Not being hungover helps too.
This is bullshit. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be a cop. Can we do something else? I think I want to solve something else now. Do without me, I can't keep it down.
No. This is a two-man assignment because it needs 2 officers to complete. I need your help.
He withdraws his hand and looks you in the eye.
You need to get your shit together.
My shit already is together.
We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Now is the time to talk to switch gloves.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a moment, officer.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
Something to think about.
You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your memory.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. 10-4, your address?
Hold up, Jules. He doesn't fucking know where he lives? Did I hear that right?
Seems like it, sir.
No, fuck him. Don't tell him anything. You understand? He's been hellbound for the gutter. Let him have it.
Sorry, sir. Anything more I can do for you? Over. 10. Excuse me, sir. Over.
You probably don't want to continue on this road.
Just thought you might have heard of them, that's all.
No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning your home life, so I've always assumed things weren't that good on that front. Over.
I told you about my life for the RCM.
10-4, well, that's...
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting our work?
He asked if he ever told me about his days before joining the RCN.
For God's sake, cut this shit out! Tell him to stop wasting time and be a goddamn policeman for a change.
Sir, Satellite Officer Vicmar says... So, was there anything else?
Wrap this up.
Understood, sir. Over.
10-10.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
This is Precinct. Just a second. Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer. Yes. Hello?
Sylvie, it's the police again.
Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
I found my patrol cloak earlier, but you haven't seen my policeman.
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
You see my badge?
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
Did you learn that?
Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Kim doesn't have his uniform and he seems real to me.
He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is. There are officers who wear the signature Perseus black uniforms to the highest ranks in the RCM.
Quit.
You mean, why did I leave the bar?
Why not?
Wait, why aren't you comfortable?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
Whom?
You know whom.
You think you hear a sliver of accusation in her words.
You mean me? You needed to get away from me.
I really don't want to talk about this. Let's just forget about this, okay? Maybe, I don't know.
So you called the police?
No, not me.
Why didn't you call?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the corpse.
I meant us. You should have called the police.
No one calls the police. The union would get angry.
What do you mean by that?
You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Tell me, why exactly did you let a corpse hang in the backyard for weeks instead of calling us?
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
God.
No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
Let me get this straight. You ignored the law to save your own skin? What others?
The other people who live around here. Local people. I didn't want trouble.
Her voice is resigned and weak.
What trouble?
You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the union, internally. Please, I just didn't want any trouble.
Let me get this straight. You ignored it to save your own skin?
I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down.
It's a little
eventually.
late for tears, isn't it? You should have used them to summon the police earlier. It's okay. Things happen. Not really your fault.
Yes, I know. It's just... Was there anything else?
You know who made the call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Next question.
Yeah, go on.
You see my gun?
Please, no. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and...
Actually, I don't want to know.
You were waving it around.
Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. There is silence on the other end of the line.
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
You hear the call breaking up.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
On the radio.
57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the engine is warm. Next to the gauge is a red switch, labeled heat.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
You seem like a guy who knows about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know? But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
Just be straight with him.
Do you finance those other addictions with drug trafficking? I need to get high and I'm looking for a dealer. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Who do you think could be conducting the drug trade then?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
What's going on with you?
I'm okay, man. Just... the jam's got me down. The fumes, the chemical rainbows, the tarpaulin stretched on the frames and the dull engines off.
Man recedes into his days of words.
Maybe the full-on, direct approach wasn't correct. Damn, it's tricky business looking into someone's eyes and not doing it wrong.
Thank you, sir.
Looking for something?
You're a lorry man, right? What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
He takes a long drag on his cigarette. Why not?
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector.
What?
They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Ugh. So I take it you're not smuggling drugs out of Martinez. Hold on, but they take Algua alcohol and LMR2. I was told they do. It's our...
He eyes you wearily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then...
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
And what are you still hanging around here for? Most other commoneers have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kids sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
Ass cancer.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some Kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
If they were getting drunk inside the Whirling in Rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
If you all were in the Whirling, how would you know it was Kips who broke into the lorry?
What? Aren't we allowed to say that it's the Kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road science, man.
If you're not in who, then who's running drugs through Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Wait, the street vendor south of here, that guy's a lorry driver?
Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer stuff after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
Ugh.
He's your man, all right. 100%.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess so.
Money time!
The tear machine your bottles clunk into... Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy more alcohol. Enter the endless cycle of consumption.
Most checks have secret difficulty modifiers. Talking to the right person can reopen a closed white check.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Persuade him to give you some money? No.
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives.
Yep.
Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
I'm super into drugs.
That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my
No,
purse.
got that answer.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
I actually don't like drugs.
That's cool. Especially after you already said you're into them. All the coolest detectives in the movies do drugs. And I'm very conflicted about it. Still, no drugs
We're
here.
looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in the traffic jam.
That's even cooler. You investigating that and all. But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
But you are a lorryman. Another driver identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole.
He stops to think.
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
Spreads his arms. So you forgot to tell me?
Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity.
Stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation in the harbor?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
You're wasting my time. Tell me who the fuck is transporting the drugs here.
Shush, please. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please, don't get me into this mess. I spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
If you don't want to get into this mess, raise your voice. You have to give us a reason to move on.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
What?
Interesting. Could this driver be connected to the Hardy Boys?
What? What? Who are these other drivers you taught?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Lady driver, the old woman back there. Dazed out. Strange. Could she be associated with the Hardy Boys? What? I would not say that.
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
It could be. She was strange.
Okay, we're cool now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
G'day to you, officers.
Bye.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Pull it.
You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
What day is today? Tuesday.
The shine on these.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him.
Conceptualization.
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those black monk straps. After spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet?
You're right, beautiful things make people happy.
Beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Crafting your style, draping your flesh in silk and leather, deciding how to present yourself to the world. Remember, when they come to take it away from you, you worked for those shoes. Whether you like it or not, wearing these shoes has made you more liberal. Ultra-liberal.
The shine on...
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him. No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor.
Oh! That visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
Hey, at least it might actually offer some protection against the sun. Not like those cheap plastic shades.
Camera firefight, something we should be prepared for.
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades. Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Hey, you seem like a real successful entrepreneur. Would you like the support of a member of local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
After all this mess, the broken seals, lying to you, come on.
An investment? What kind of investment?
It's an investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio is insane. Invest into me, not telling your employer about your operation. I'm gonna get a prime to pump.
Fair point. You can't have a successful business without a loyal customer base.
1 million.
But officer, I don't have that kind of money. There's got to be a more modest investment.
I go back. Don't want to pump this guy for money. Talk to the space cadet. Hey, wait. I missed the turn. Oh, yeah.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands. In the background, the radio plays.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
Like a magician recalling a subject from a gnosis, you're jolted her back to reality.
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the wary aspect of a cornered beast.
Are you alright, ma'am? You were out.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
He adds with contempt. Hey, what was so bad about the 50s?
The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber?
Amber? Where else would you be then?
Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero. Until you came along, that is.
Who's Gabriel Buendero?
This is Gabriel Buendero.
Shows you a photograph in the lavish amber frame.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen. This man's got a hold over her. Even 50 years later, you can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
He leans back, serving the world she's conjured up. So I take it you were in Mesk when you were young?
Someone was.
She nods as though her meaning were perfectly clear. Are these memories not your memories?
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
All of what? The world.
They're coming for us.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Sorry to interrupt your dreaming, ma'am.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Lowman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden.
Her eyes narrow and she appears to take your measure.
While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution, in Mesk, it was a golden age.
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petrostate, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
Why not, Sheriff? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
She settles back against the railing of her motor lorry. Behind her, mountains and memorabilia, photos and knickknacks line the dashboard.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
What are you hauling?
Diamonds.
Diamonds, really?
Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was?
Okay, but what are you really hauling?
Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine.
You don't know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
What?
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
What if the cargo is contraband?
Then it's contraband, Lowman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Okay.
Bad Hand Hermenegildos's bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
Ugh. Still don't really understand this whole Boyadero thing.
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero, you need to listen to on the Western Plain.
The Boyadero, Boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. People like Mañana at the gates have turned it into an ideology of sorts.
Already got too many records to listen to as it is. Change of topics. Okay, what's that?
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from the Western
They
Plain.
lived happily ever after?
Don't be stupid. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man, one night. As he and his beloved are out walking along the river Margaret, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
So he gives up his riding and settle down, right?
No. The Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Margaret. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him.
That's not where I thought that was going.
You have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a Boyadero.
What if to truly love a Boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Before I came, he seemed away.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back to her things.
So he doesn't think she's the lady driver.
Interesting.
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me.
Should you drive a lorry if you get like that?
Nothing. I just don't think she's connected to anything.
He doesn't want your frail mind caught up in something here. Something unconnected to the case. But connected to this woman tuning out like that.
Do you drive if you're like that?
Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best camioners around. I drive routes no one else will.
What routes?
Lomonosov's Land, Dudajnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain, the Transcatolia Magistral, U4-1A, Adestradas du Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly.
It should be reported to the proper authorities. Oh, I'm an expert on keep blacking out. You should take better care of yourself.
You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take my health more seriously. Thank you for looking out for me.
A correct appraisal. You're quite shabby.
Aw.
Is that all you woke me up to say?
Please, can I see the sole of your boots?
Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff?
Sheriff? Please help me out, it's important.
Please? I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel. Gabriel doesn't say please.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots made of black leather. Buckles run across. The sole is also made of leather.
Now the other one.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
There is no aberration in the pattern. You can see she puts her foot down.
Moreover, the boots were size 37. Tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence, Franco Negro, which happened 500 years ago.
These are not the boots that made the prince. Wait, what do you mean it was the coronation of Santiago?
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Ryle. The crowd had gone silent. Perhaps it was another Jerife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking questions. Or perhaps it was one of the others in this carnival. I don't remember.
As she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue and the machines.
Is not on soul.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals.
You seem like a woman knows a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare.
Where could I get my hands on an experience like that?
If you don't know,
She flicks her wrist, gesturing casual dismissal. What is it you're hauling exactly?
You're man, Lowman. What of it?
Okay, let me put this another way. Are you smuggling drugs through Terminal B?
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
You said earlier you don't know what you're hauling. Could it be drugs?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grat, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grat, Lowman?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking you.
It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously.
If you had to guess, who do you think is smuggling drugs here?
Easy. It's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
You're not involved in drug trafficking, why are you still here?
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the features of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree. Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesque.
Her voice trails off. Alright, it is my pal.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your
I
mind?
heard that one of the drivers is a woman, but I don't think she's here. Do you know this lady driver?
I don't want to talk about that.
Why, do you know something? What is it? I don't mean to pry, but I need your help. She may be involved in the drug business.
Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
I asked you who's conducting the drug trade. You said you didn't know. Now you're saying you do. Who is this person? What is it?
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part. Not trickery.
Who's the person?
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me, too. Now I see why.
Who is she?
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
What does she look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died. It was violet when she got here. Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Why did she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
Okay.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
Yep. That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
All right.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
You said she's troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
It's not snitching, it's just a few questions. I was told everyone's afraid of her, you're not?
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
When she left, did she leave her lorry behind?
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. The grey-haired woman. Maybe she knows something. Push Tommy, and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
I don't drop the matter for now.
Thank you, friend. Wow, this makes me feel like I should pick up smoking again. Would help with my rhymes, too.
Thanks, dude.
Looking for something?
I know you've been given the runaround. Fess up. Where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
First, you knew Solang didn't do it.
He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip.
And why are you smirking?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
Just tell her who the goddamn lady driver is.
You're all bark and no bite. The real dogs are up in Jamrock. Everyone knows.
I'm from Jamrock.
You mean La Puta Madre?
A legendary, and not in a good way, crime boss from Jamrock. Controls what is probably the most powerful organized crime outfit in Revachol West. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Yeah, him.
Cross your arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
Ooh.
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorrymen and Carters Guild.
Are you?
You've seen the corpse in the yard, yes? You took a peek. I know you did. Does it look like his friends protected him?
Yeah.
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
He tries to light a fresh cigarette, and his hands are shaking now. The sentence simply ends.
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job. Be careful. This man's still got some fight in him by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him.
Switching to everything that gives me a bonus to half light. Taking off everything that gives me a negative to half light. Save.
Looking for something?
Men like this only respect two things: strength and fear.
Show me her lorry right fucking now. The lady driver's lorry, where is it?
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
I'll put you in a cell with a giant kipt. You're gonna be bleeding kip dick, you hear me? Ah! I've been to your fucking lorry, I know where it is. I'm gonna burn it down, you hear me? What's your name, fuckhead? I'm gonna go to the police radio, say this guy told Madre to fuck off.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days.
Where exactly is her lorry?
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck alone.
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Looks like he got his adrenaline up, too.
Whew! Excuse me. Whew. What am I wearing that I don't normally want to wear? Oh yeah, I like the blue suit. Alright, I have to complete one quest. I feel like I haven't completed anything today. I've been playing for 5 hours.
This green found, A to Z, Contemporaire, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This must be the one he told us about, unless he was lying.
Did I peek in the window?
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of the seat and 2 steering levers.
Try the door handle.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced.
How are we going to get this open, Kim?
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside.
Really?
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
This green found, A to Z, Contemporaire, is parked in the shadow of the ruin.
Physical.
This green found, A to Z, contemporain, is parked in the shadow of the ruins. Pry bar in hand, you take a hard swing at the window. A loud thunk rings out and the pry bar bounces back, leaving a tiny spider web on the glass. Looks like the window might be shatterproof. You may have to rethink your approach.
The window appears to be shatterproof.
No, it's not shatterproof. Give me that.
He takes the pry bar and gestures you to step back.
He smashes it into the window. Droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement. You can just reach in now.
Nice.
It went better than I expected. Open it from the inside.
Open the door.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat.
The toolbox?
A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Périphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages.
Pick up the note.
It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
Is that trail off?
The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters, a trace of motor oil smell under all the cigarettes.
Check the pedals.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle.
What?
Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle to get some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
Sandpaper would rub off the pattern from the driver's right boot sole.
Yes?
He likes where this is going.
Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it to
One of the
yourself.
footprints of the crime scene was an aberration. One sole was smoother than the other.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present at the lynching.
And she's the one running drug. What a handful. First drug smuggling, now this. How deep does this rabbit hole go?
We've identified one of the footprints, but there are still 7 to go.
Writes everything in a little blue notebook.
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls.
Admire the radio.
Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed. Likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
Is it one of the save stations here?
No, that's on 78.9.
Coughing awkwardly.
What? I happen to have committed the frequency to memory. I have no problem admitting that.
Why would anyone need so many radio stations?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range, too.
Is there anything we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
What else is here? Conclude.
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox.
Why the posters?
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin.
What's the smell?
The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume. Probably grenade number 5.
Dirty the centerfold.
The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. This is Tip Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely
What happened to her?
She wasted away in a drug den called the Door to the River, not far from here, on Boogie Street, a mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world, and the camera, too. The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard, and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat. You close the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Alright.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation.
Yeah.
I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net.
This means it's well-funded. Technology like that, a major player must be financing it.
I'm not sure what the ULAN frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
How do you think this is connected to the Union?
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation, but somehow I doubt that Evrard Clare would be oblivious to something like this happening right under his nose. My suggestion is we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be able to pin them down, indirectly, down the road.
Would the RCM open an investigation into this?
We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
Stops to think.
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madre grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It certainly worries me.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Debrief over.
Debrief over. After you.
Shatterproof.
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble?
Mrs. told us where her cabin is. We only searched it.
Still better than me, I guess. Told you there's plenty of others who tell on her. But, is she in trouble?
Sorry, man, I can't disclose the fact. Gonna be an investigation.
It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her?
I needed for you to do anything. Best thing we need is more civilians involved.
Yeah, maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can.
What's the plan with those rhymes anyway?
Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
Why Tommy Laham?
Tommy Lahm was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
It's more him.
Actually, I had another question.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Conceptualization?
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Your best verse? You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweed and liquor stains. Wait, no. What are you doing?
Broke me. She fucking broke me.
That's brutal, man. But you know, time will...
No, stop. He's already mortified.
Yo, Tommy, these are rhymes. Listen, she fucked me.
That's,
Yeah.
In the name of God, what are you doing?
I will never be the same again. She's always there. Fuck. It's not real, guys. It's my... It's not my actual thoughts. It's a poem.
Yeah, I get that, and it's cool, but...
Never be the same again. She's always there.
Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks, man.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
Empathy. How many bonuses to empathy? No. Okay. Woo! Alright, gonna talk to the union, but before I do that, save. And we call it. Oh man. I got a lot of information on this episode, but, or in this session, but like I said, I still don't feel like I've accomplished very much. I think the next one I'll be wrapping up a lot of stuff. I'll go talk to Everett. I'll talk to the union members. I guess we did get the driver who's part of the drug investigation is also involved in the lynching. So there's that. I've got to, it sounds like the bridge will be open tomorrow, so I can cross the bridge. And then tomorrow evening, I can talk to the guy who saw the lynching in the apartment building. So I've gotten a couple more strings, but like I said, this one was just like a lot. I mean, I've been playing for 5 hours now, and I feel like I've gotten only a little bit covered. I'm surprised that I didn't go up to the apartments before. Like, I just realized, hey, I never went north of the bookstore, so I'm glad I got up there and I was able to get a little bit more information. Yeah, I looked into the drugs, so I can take that back to Joyce. So there's a couple more strings that I got to follow up on. I'll probably write those in my gaming journal, but yeah. So that's it for this session. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoy this content. If you do, follow, like, and subscribe to me on YouTube and Twitch so you can see more great content like this. Thanks again. I hope you have a super day. I hope you have a super week. And I hope you have a super day. Bye!